Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I'll just introduce real quick that we have a visiting artist in here today. His name is Sam Drumgoole, and he's over in the front here. This is our visiting artist. So when we have visiting artists here, they usually come in just as a standalone person, and they will work with our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So everyone else on the floor, they work for the museum, and they're going to bring his designs to life. And we actually have an example of a piece that's finished right here on the front table, which is cool. We made multiple of these glass trash bags, including one yesterday, which is still cooling down. And today we're working on a piece that is going to include a rope noose, and it's also going to include a candelabra, which is like a candle holder. Also, I do have closed captioning on the screen. I know my voice can get kind of echoey, so hopefully that helps out. Yeah, it looks like we're going over to the powder booth. So sometimes we'll disappear around the corner over on the left side of the hot shop. And we're going to this booth, which we have a camera inside of, luckily, where we dust a powdered colored glass over the surface of our piece. So this is just, again, one of many ways to color the glass. It's different metals, minerals, and oxides to get that color. And I'm assuming this is black. It's kind of a recurring theme between all these pieces. Right now it does look a lot more gray, but when it melts in, it's going to go smooth and go black. And also, while we're working with the glass, everything will glow, either like a yellow or an orange, but this is just so much heat that it's radiating light as well as heat itself, glowing like lava, essentially. Oh, like why don't we have more protective equipment? So these artists, something I love to point out is they've been working with glass for a really long time, like 20 to 30 years each, and that makes them very professional. They're able to avoid any of those accidents that could happen. And oftentimes it's really hot where they're working. Wow. It's so they end up just wearing like t-shirts and shorts to stay cool. But we always make sure to wear at least prescription or safety glasses. So you'll usually see everyone wearing glasses if they're working with a piece. So we oftentimes work mostly at the center bench right here. So once we have our glass ready, we come to the center bench, and this is where we'll do a lot of the shaping and texturing. And I'm curious to see how they make this rope, because there's a lot of texture and kind of a lot of coiling or layering that they need to do. So we gathered a final layer of clear glass right over top of the color, but we wanted to just have a really thin layer of it, so we stripped most of it off. And luckily, we can reuse all of our clear glass, so we just threw it into a bucket that's designated to eventually be crushed up and thrown back into the furnace. And I know you guys joined in more recently. Welcome into the hot shop. I just wanted to let you know what project we're working on and I guess what we have going on in general. So we have a visiting artist today. His name is Sam Drumgoole, and he's the one who's currently cutting this glass in half right here at the center bench. When we have visiting artists, we also have our resident hot shop team here on the floor helping them out and bringing their ideas, their designs to life. So we also have our resident hot shop team surrounding him on the floor. Everyone on the floor is very experienced with glass art. They've been working with glass for at least 20 to 30 years each, and that makes the things that they do on the floor look easy, but it's not. So it's all that experience coming into play. Now this is black glass that we're working with right here. It's gonna stay solid, it's not blown. We're cutting it up into segments, and we're eventually going to texture and kind of coil these onto themselves to form a rope. So just step by step. So we'll make this rope, we'll also make a candelabra, which is, if anyone doesn't know, like a candle holder, candlestick holder. Yeah, let me orient you guys with the hot shop a little bit. So we have a lot of equipment, a lot of tools that we're going to be working with. Right front and center, we're working at the center bench where we have this large open face furnace. And this is pretty hot. It gets up to about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what we keep it at to reheat the glass, make it malleable again. This torch runs around that same temperature as well. It gets larger than what you see here. Just press a button, pull a lever, and it goes off. So that's the heat that we're working with. And we've already gotten our color. I'll make sure to point out how we get our color when we get to that again. But we're using like a powdered colored glass today instead of a few different ways else that we usually see coloring. And these wooden paddles, I just got a question about those. We're using those as a shield to protect the artist's hand from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. But we also use them to flatten or adjust the pieces every once in a while as well, which is why they're so charred up. So whenever we have a visiting artist, they usually bring forward designs in the form of like a sketch or a drawing, and then the artist will look at it together and kind of formulate a plan before they actually jump into the process. We actually have, it looks like technically a physical example that they're going off of. It's just sitting on the table over there. We can't quite see it, but it's just a coiled up rope that they're basing it off of for texture and size, I believe. But we also have artists that will just kind of jump into it and they want it to be more abstract, or they are just verbalizing, like he said, to those around them what they need next, for example. So yeah, it just depends on the artist. This time it looks like, you know, this is the last day of the residency, so they've already gotten into a nice flow. They've been working together for a few days. So I think it's mostly verbal at this point. So our visiting artist is a resident here, visiting artist in residence. And then everyone else on the floor, so everyone other than our visiting artist Sam, who's sitting down, is working for the museum. And they'll be here almost full time. So anytime you come in, you'll see them working here, just with a variety of visiting artists or just different projects in general. So usually visiting artist residencies are 5 days long, which is the amount of time that we're open for the week. So it's usually like a full week residency, we call it. And yeah, so they're usually here 5 days. There are a few residencies that will be shorter or just a special day that a visiting artist comes through. And this is something that is like an online application process. So visiting artists come from across the world. This place is pretty well renowned as a hot shop to work in, and this team is very renowned. Everyone wants a chance to work with them. So at this point, we've joined up all 4 of those segments that we created. We're holding on to the end of it, and we're twisting the pipe or turning the pipe away from our visiting artist, and that's coiling all the glass onto itself. And this is something you'll probably hear me mention throughout the day today, but this artwork and more information about our visiting artists will better be explained at about 1 p.m. by our visiting artist himself. He's going to have an artist talk at 1 p.m., talk about his work, the story behind it, himself as an artist. So definitely stick around for that if you can. So at this point, you can see that we have stretched this out to the point that we're not going to be able to heat this up inside of the glory hole anymore, which is that large open face furnace. So at this point, we'll heat it up if we need to with the fluffy torch and curl it into its final position. Now that we've shortened its length, we can heat this back up properly. We want to make sure that all the glass is staying at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit at the least. At that temperature, the glass is solid, and it's the coldest it can get before it'll start to break from thermal shock. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. I'll give you all just a little overview, talk about who we have here and what we have going on, catch you up a little bit. So we have a visiting artist today. His name is Sam Drumgoole. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right here. And this is a rope that we're working on. We just finished coiling the rope onto itself, getting that texture, and now we've just pulled it out and twisted it onto itself to start that final form, final shape. And other than our visiting artist sitting at the center bench, everyone on the hot shop floor is part of our resident hot shop team. They'll help visiting artists that come through, like this week. And since this is the last day of Sam's residency, we'll have an artist talk at 1 p.m. where he'll go much more in depth on the work that we're seeing on the floor, the story behind it, and then also the story about himself as an artist. So we have about like 4 people that consistently work here pretty much full time. And then we have some people that come through and help out, whether they're like a hot shop intern or maybe they're just helping out because they know the visiting artist. And yeah, we have a huge community of glass blowers out here that will all work with each other. Yeah, so we have a variety of tools that we use in the hot shop. A lot of them are made out of stainless steel, and then we do have some wooden tools such as those paddles that we're using. The paddles we are using for the most part just to shield our visiting artist's hand from the radiant heat coming off of the glass. That's why you see we're not really touching the piece with it quite yet. We also have just started using a new tool, which I'll point out, is a corkwood paddle. So this is made of corkwood, which is very gentle on the glass. It's got a little bit of give to it, so it's not going to warp or flatten or thermally shock the glass. And then the stainless steel tools, we've mostly been using the diamond shears, which the blades, when they come together, they form the shape of a diamond. That's really helpful for grabbing and holding on to the glass because of that shape specifically. So we've been using those a lot. Oh yeah, and over on the left bench, if anyone's been curious about what we have going on here, we are doing pretty much the same thing as we did for this, where we segment a large amount of glass into 4 pieces, and then we lengthen them and we'll bring them together, coil them to create this rope. But we're working with clear glass over there, and we're just kind of prototyping or testing different techniques to see if we could find an easier way to do this. So yeah, oftentimes you'll see us working at 2, if not 3 benches, all just for one piece or one residency. All the pieces are usually coming together for the same purpose. It's just that we need multiple places to work. I guess this could be something interesting to talk about. So you will sometimes see more youth on the hot shop floor. And these people are coming from Hilltop Artists, which is a local nonprofit that allows kids 12 and older to blow glass. And I actually went through that program myself. I started working with glass in high school at like 15 or so. And so, yeah, that's where they're coming from. It's really cool. The Museum of Glass has a nice tie with them, and they take in a lot of Hilltop Artist students as interns, and they come here for Third Thursdays, which, if you didn't know, Third Thursday we're open for free in the evening from 5 to 8 p.m. And that's actually coming up pretty soon. That's coming up on Thursday, this coming Thursday. It's going to be a concert in the Cone and Hilltop Artists on the floor working. Yeah, Hilltop Artists is in Tacoma specifically. So there's a hot shop in the back of a middle school and a high school, just the public middle school and high school here. Yeah. Oh yeah, that horrible screeching you heard earlier, if you're curious about that, because we didn't have a camera on it, we didn't see what was happening. But as soon as I heard it, I knew it was happening because I've heard it before. They took that clear glass that they, segmented, they brought the segments together, and then you know how they were twisting it at the center bench by holding onto the end and just turning the pipe? Well, instead of doing that, they took the glass and they stuffed it into a mold that has ridges straight from the top to the bottom, and then they twisted it inside of the mold. And so that screeching was the metal and the hot glass kind of grinding against each other, but that is possibly going to be an easier way to do this down the line. So usually we use that open face furnace to reheat the glass and make things malleable, but if we want to target one area, then we'll use that torch. So it focuses heat to just one spot. For example, if we heat this up too much overall, then we can potentially start melting away the texture of the coils. So we could take that torch and we can heat up maybe just the area right off the end of the pipe, for example, if that's the one spot we want to work on, and then everything else will stay pretty solid. And oftentimes we'll also use this torch to ignite a second torch, a smaller handheld one, which is super hot. I'll make sure to point that out if we use it, but it's right here. Yeah, that smaller one. So I just wanted to point out we finished like half of this rope that we want to do, and we're going to work on the second segment and attach them together later on. So what we do in the meantime is we just set the entire piece aside in the garage, which is that large silver box right there. The garage has a flame in the corner. It sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is warm enough to prevent thermal shock. And that's it. We just kind of set it aside. It's like putting it on pause. And it looks like we've started the next one already over on the left bench. So we'll be ready to clear coat this and then go forth and turn it into a second rope. And for those who just joined in, yes, we're working on making a rope out of solid glass. This glass, kind of similar to this, is going to be black when it's completely finished, but this is solid, clear glass in the center, unlike this blown piece. This is hollow all the way through. So that's one difference. We have our visiting artist, Sam Drumgoole, and he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench right here. Usually when we have visiting artists, it's just that one visiting artist that comes through and then everyone else on the floor. They're our resident hot shop team, and they help them out. They help them bring their visions to life. So actually, the two main pieces of equipment that I like to point out and the difference between them is this reheating furnace at each bench. That's, of course, just to reheat the glass, make it malleable. It's running off of natural gas. And then we have the furnace with the closed door, the tank there. And this is the glass furnace. So we're actually holding molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible in the base of it. So when we went in there, we got a fresh layer of clear. And then when it comes to the different benches, there's not really a difference between those in temperature, but just to have two places to work at the same time. Yeah, exactly. So our glass is a very specific soda lime glass mixture, and we actually just get the mixture shipped in. It's like a sand texture when we get it shipped in. We just dump it in, and it melts down. It's a spruce pine glass, which is a company name, and I'm not sure where they source their raw materials, but yeah, it's a very specific mixture. So it melts at a specific temperature, and we have a very nice soft consistency that we're working with compared to other glasses. So this is the very beginning of the process where we start to shape and lengthen the solid glass with this pad of newspaper. So that pad that we were using there is literally just folded up newspaper that we splash with some water. And once we get this lengthened a certain amount, then we'll start to cut into this piece of glass to segment it. So now that we have our 4 different sections, we'll start lengthening these sections before eventually reconnecting them and then twisting the entire thing to get that rope texture. And I did want to mention again, in case I hadn't told you guys, but we have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. where our visiting artist is going to talk about his artwork, himself as an artist, you know, the inspiration behind his artwork. And this is something we do at the end of each of our artist residencies. So this is the last day of the residency, and we'll have that artist lecture at 1 p.m. Yeah, exactly. He'll be up in the front right here. He'll take the microphone and talk to the audience. So as we're starting to lengthen these segments more and more, you'll notice that we're putting water onto the end of them, and that's just solidifying where we're grabbing with our tool, and we're just kind of using that area as a handle so it doesn't stretch out too much. We're cooling it with the water. No, no, I haven't seen anything like that. Every once in a great while, maybe there will be something really long like this, right? And then maybe it would twirl and like, you know, lightly hit your arm or something. But honestly, you're more likely to get burned by tools than you are the glass itself. Because the glass, you can visually see it's glowing, it's on the end of the pipe furthest away from you. But the tools, they don't glow or anything, they just look like normal metal. So maybe you grab the wrong end or you accidentally bump against it. But yeah, not very often. I have only heard of like teeny tiny burns every once in a great while. Yeah, definitely. So this is just solid glass through and through, so we don't need to do any blowing for this piece. But if we were making something like this garbage bag, this is hollow all the way through. So this is blown. And I think this is also a blown segment. They just brought the two together at the end. Yeah, they made these yesterday as well. I think this one is probably from at least a couple of days ago, but we have one in that box? No, that box. Over on that far wall over there.
Yo, you got me?
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So you came in at a good point. We just finished preparing this bit of glass right here that we're just going to start twisting onto itself and forming basically the texture of a rope. Then we'll be able to bend and do whatever we want to that shape. But yeah, we're at the point where we're going to twist this out. So our visiting artist, again, Sam Drumgoole, he's the one who's outside of the bench now, standing here, ready with a tool. He's going to hold on to the end of the glass and start pulling as we turn the pipe, twisting this entire piece. This is all a balance of heat. If we get it too hot, then that texture melts away. And you can see this pretty well up on the screen if you have a hard time seeing around the people working on the hot shop floor. And welcome to those who just joined in. So we have a visiting artist today, Sam Drumgoole, and he's the one who is working outside of the bench right now, shaping this piece of glass. This is solid glass all the way through, which was colored black, and then we took it, we segmented it into 4 segments, and then twisted those segments together. That gave us that texture that we have across the entire surface, which is meant to look like a rope. And now that we have that rope texture, we're coiling the rope onto itself. This is the second one of these that we've made today, and so far we're just working on this one segment. We're setting it aside, and then I think we're eventually going to join some of these segments together to form a larger piece of rope. And this is just one of many pieces that we'll be working on today. We'll also see a candelabra made at some point, which I'm sure will have some very different techniques than what we're seeing so far today. And most importantly, I've been making sure to mention this throughout the day today, but we're gonna have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. So our visiting artist, Sam, he'll come up here and he'll talk about his work, his inspirations, and himself as an artist. Yeah, good question. So when we get to a certain point of a piece, we usually have to connect a second pipe somewhere onto the piece and then remove the entire piece off of its original pipe so that we can start working on the opposite end, like the end that's connected to the pipe right now. We need to finish that end off. So what Sarah's doing over on the left bench is she's creating something called a punty, which is basically just a second pipe with some clear attachment of some sort to attach onto the piece. And over there, I'm not exactly certain, but I think that this could be the start to the next one of these, essentially. And yeah, usually when you see people working at different benches, they oftentimes are working on different components that'll eventually come together, or just in general, different maybe segments to something that'll be cold assembled, or, you know, yeah. We usually have 2 benches running, so that way we don't have to cram everything into one area. Yeah, just as I thought, this is the start to the next one. So we have to gather layer upon layer of solid clear glass on the end of the pipe, and then close to the end, that's when we apply the color to the surface. And this is solid all the way through, I will mention. And Sarah's brought that pipe over. We've attached this securely to our coils. And then we break the piece off using a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. So now we can work on that opposite end that was previously connected to the pipe. Yeah, we'll use these again later, so you'll see it again, but that pad is actually just folded up newspaper that we splash with water every once in a while to keep it saturated. It's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass, you'll notice. Like right here. Yeah, we're using the newspapers at the center bench as well. And now we're using a corkwood paddle, so just made out of cork to push this glass into place. Cork is a really insulating material. It's also got a little bit of give to it, so when we push it on the glass, it's not going to warp it as much, and it's also going to allow it to hold its heat. Can we refresh the captions, please? Testing. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I'm going to give you an overview as to who we have here and what we have going on. So we have a visiting artist. His name is Sam Drumgoole, and he is the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right at this moment. And everyone else on the floor are working as our resident hot shop team. They work here full time, and they help visiting artists that come through. And we are seeing them work on a segment of rope. This is the second segment that we've worked on today. And this is going to end up being black, by the way. Right now it might appear reddish or orange because of how hot the glass is. It's radiating light as well as heat, like lava. But when it cools down, it'll go to this color, like you see right here. And this is a piece that was made during this residency as well. This residency started on Wednesday, and this is the last day of Sam's residency, sadly. So that means that we'll have an artist talk at 1 p.m. And Sam will talk about his inspiration behind his work that we're seeing, and also himself as an artist, of his story. So before we even open the museum, these artists are already down here and they're getting things warmed up and they're putting color in the boxes to use, for example. So they kind of talk and deliberate about what they're going to make that day and what their roles might be as well. And then they just kind of fall into those roles. But the visiting artist, interestingly enough, is not usually the one physically handling most of the glass. Usually it's the team, and they're kind of like the conductor of an orchestra or the chef in a kitchen, the head chef, you know. So this is kind of different. I'm not used to seeing the visiting artist actually doing a lot of the work themselves, because it is a very team effort necessary sort of art. You need a team to make a lot of these pieces. The glass furnaces stay on 24/7, and those are the ones specifically that hold molten glass inside of them, so the tanks with the closed doors. Everything else pretty much just gets turned off when we're done using it and turned on maybe an hour or so before we get started. Oh, so this is cool. Up on the screen, we have a view of the powder booth. So this is a well-ventilated box that we use our powdered colored glass in. We don't want to inhale any of that powdered glass, of course, which is why we use this. We're just sifting our black powder over the surface of the glass, which will stick, and then we'll heat it up and it'll fully melt in and form that layer of color. We do this many times to make sure it's nice and rich before we move on to actually using this glass, shaping it, and turning it into our final piece, which I'm assuming this is going to turn into another segment of rope. So you guys get to see from the beginning how this all starts. So the different colored glasses come in different forms. The powder is just a finely crushed version of just solid colored glass, which is different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass to get the color. And some good examples I bring up are, for example, like the Statue of Liberty, is made of copper. And when copper oxidizes, it turns that blue-green color. So if you turn copper oxide or put it into glass, you get a blue-green glass. So that's just one of many examples of different colors that we might use. And once we have all the color we need, which it looks like we have all the color we need at this point, we let it cool down. We're just blowing some compressed air to cool it faster. And then we'll gather one final layer of clear. And this clear is a really thin layer. It's just meant to coat the color, so it's not directly on the surface of the piece, which is easy to chip away and to mess up, you know? So we just want to cover it up a little bit. And the center bench is where we're going to be working for the most part, so we'll bring it to the center bench here. And could we have a view of the center bench, please? All right, so we're changing it up a little bit. We're trying a different technique for each of these so far, it looks like. So just to share, once again, we're working on making like a segment of rope. And we've already done this twice now. The first two that we made were just solid clear glass, so we coated in a layer of black, like we have here already. That's what we have so far. And then from there, we segmented it off by cutting into it or just pushing into it, and then coiled those segments around each other to get the, the texture of the rope. But this time, what we're going to do is we're going to create a cylinder, a blown glass cylinder. So we're actually going to blow into this bubble right here. And then we're going to, I think, segment the cylinder and twist it onto itself. So yeah, just a different technique this time, which is why we're heating it up again right now instead of gathering clear glass over top of it. Oh, could I have our visiting artist slideshow if we have one to show off? Thank you. So up on the screen, I haven't shown this off yet, it's a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made work. And I'm sure our visiting artist is going to talk about this work even further. Again, at 1 p.m. we'll have our visiting artist talk or lecture. He'll talk about his work and himself as an artist. So we blew out our bubble. I'm not sure if you guys saw, but it expanded a little bit. And now we start rolling it on the marver, which is this large metal table. It just has this thick slab of stainless steel on top. And when we do this, it's kind of sucking heat, pulling heat out of the glass, which will prevent it from blowing out too much in one direction. Yeah, it gets harder and harder to blow the bubble out with a ton of glass over top if the walls are really thick, for example. So we blew that bubble out before letting it cool down again, and now we can gather our last layer of clear because we still need to cover up that layer of color on the very surface. And this is satisfying. So to get that really thin layer of clear, we strip all of that glass off by rolling it, pushing it on this table, and then just cutting the excess glass away with the shears. And all of that extra clear glass is thrown into a bucket, which we specifically later on crush up and melt down again inside of our furnace, completely reusing it. So one of the first shaping tools we use is this pad right here. This is actually just folded up newspaper that we splashed with some water. We're using this along mostly the side of the bubble, kind of starting to lengthen this a bit. And you could see just looking at this bubble that we have these lighter and darker patches across it. So this means that we have maybe a little bit of an uneven heat or uneven layer of clear glass on the surface, which is why we use these papers. We're trying to guide it into the right spot. We're trying to thicken thin areas, thin out thicker areas. And just briefly there, we used these two metal blades. These are really important. They're called the jacks. And we use them squeezing down off the end of the pipe into the bubble, like we are right here. This is creating a weak point that will break the piece off from later on. And again, this is turning into a segment of rope. Right now it's still just a bubble, but I heard that they're going to turn it into a cylinder, which will be sectioned off and then twisted into that rope. So we're sectioning the end of the bubble off. You can actually see there's like a clear window at the end of the bubble that we could see the inside now. You can see that it's hollow. So we're sectioning it off. And eventually when we break this little end section off, we will be left with a small opening. And we can open it up further from here. Yeah, blown glass work is pretty different from sculptural glass work. Oh yeah, just to share one more time, because I know some people are going to be like in and out of the museum throughout the day. We are going to be working on another project later, which is a candelabra. It'll have multiple arms to it. And if you don't know what a candelabra is, just in case, it's basically a candlestick holder. And don't forget the artist talk is at 1 p.m. Yeah, again, for anyone that didn't hear earlier, those who might have joined more recently, the artist talk is when our visiting artist actually comes to the front. They'll have a slideshow, images to show off, maybe videos, and they're going to talk about their work and their inspirations and themselves as an artist. So welcome into the Hot Shop U3. Welcome in. Hi. I just wanted to give a quick introduction as to what we have going on. So we have a visiting artist. His name is Sam Drumgoole. He's the one who's sitting and working at the bench. And we're working on, I believe we're still working on a segment of rope, basically, which we've been making these segments throughout the day today in a few different ways. We're testing which way is best. And right now we're using a hot handheld torch to heat up the glass, just one segment at a time. Yeah, we'll have a visiting artist talk at 1 p.m. This is something that we do at the end of each of our visiting artist residencies, where they talk about the inspiration behind their work and also just themselves as an artist. Welcome into the hot shop, you two. I was just waiting for that torching noise to stop. I just wanted to introduce what we have going on real quick in case you haven't been in here yet today, which we have a visiting artist. His name is Sam Drumgoole. He's the one who's standing and he's been working at the center bench here. He has the wooden paddle in his right hand. Everyone else on the floor works for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through, and we are going to see a variety of work made by Sam today, including earlier we were seeing these segments of rope created, and we also just started working on this new piece right here. This is a blown glass bubble. It's hollow all the way through, and it'll end up being black as a final product, just like all the other pieces we've worked on throughout this residency, which this is blown as well, hollow all the way through. We have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. Our visiting artist will come to the front and he'll talk about the pieces that he's been working on, the inspiration behind them, the inspiration for himself as an artist in general. So that'll be happening in just about a half hour. Now, using a tungsten bit inside of a drill, we're heating up that bit, pushing it into the end of our bubble, and quite literally just drilling and melting a hole into the end of this piece. This is usually done when we are eventually going to close off the end that's connected to the pipe. Right now it's open, and the pipe is like a straw, so air is still passing through. But we will have to break the piece off of this pipe and then, I'm assuming, close that end up. And we don't want to create a vacuum inside of a glass piece, otherwise it can implode on itself. So we're preparing the pipe that'll be attached to the bottom over on the left bench. Just another blow pipe with some clear glass as a connection. We'll bring that over and connect it to the bottom. Ooh, so now we're at that point where we're attaching that second pipe to the end. Basically, the best way to describe this, again, this is a blowpipe. We have kind of a crown-shaped piece of clear glass on the end that we've connected to the bottom. And then we'll break the piece away using a little bit of water to thermally shock and crack that connection. So we dip our hand in some water, apply that to the glass, and then all it should take is a tap of the pipe, and this will pop right off. Just like that. We have flipped the orientation of the piece. Now we can work on the opposite end of the piece. Hey, so welcome into the hot shop. I'll try to talk over those loud torches. Hopefully you can hear me. This is visiting artist Sam Drumgoole. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else on the floor, they are our resident hot shop team. They'll help our visiting artist bring his visions to life. And this is the last day of Sam's residency. And because of that, we're going to have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. So you guys joined in at a good time, because we'll get to see this piece finished, and then we'll see our artist lecture, where he'll talk about his inspirations behind the pieces and his inspirations as an artist. Yeah, of course, yeah. So this is a hollow piece of glass. This is blown. And just before you came in, and just as you were coming in, we connected a pipe to the end of the piece. So we're finishing off the second end of our blown piece right now. So it depends on what specific day you come in and who's in there, but a lot of visiting artist residencies are these full 5 days during the week that we're open. And the way that this works, they apply for a residency, and one of the terms of their residency is that they donate one piece to the museum for our red hot auction for that full residency. But otherwise, they come in for free, and they just have to buy their own colored glass. But they get the hot shop, the tools, the people to help them, they get the clear glass. It's just that color, and then donating one piece to the museum. Usually visiting artist residencies are 5 days long. Ooh, it depends on the pieces. So some pieces are really complex, and they could be multi-day, multi-month, like crazy projects. For example, a piece that I've seen in the hot shop before is a sea turtle, and it has texture in its shell and different colors across the piece. Part of it's blown, part of it's solid. That is a huge piece to work on. But if we're working on like a goblet, like a fancy drinking glass, a goblet, you can make one of those in maybe as little as about 30 minutes, and then just whip them all out throughout the day, and you end up with about a dozen a day.
Do you have a requirement as far as like if they're going to make something fancy all week and then make you a goblet, say here you go? Is there maybe you know what they're working on?
Yeah. Could I have our visiting artist slideshow, please? So this slideshow is just brief to show off some previously made pieces of our visiting artist. Oh, and also to point out, we do have a finished piece right here on the table. We made some more of those trash bags yesterday. They're still cooling down. Yeah, so this is important to point out for, let's see, I'm just seeing what they pulled out real quick, but we've been putting a lot of pieces away in here. This is the garage. There's a flame in the corner of it, and it'll keep the glass warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So I know, yeah, I always say that it's like quote unquote warm. Yeah, it's really hot, but at that temperature, the glass is completely solid, just warm enough to keep it from breaking. So we're setting our piece aside in there. Meanwhile, we've taken a previous one out over on the left bench now, and I think that we're gonna start assembling these pieces together pretty soon. Oh, those So a lot of our equipment is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So pretty warm. The molten glass itself is sitting at almost an exact 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's sitting inside of the tanks with the closed doors specifically. But yeah, everything along the walls running around the same temperature, all running off of natural gas. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so the ones that actually hold the molten glass itself, those we want to keep on 24/7 so that the glass is always the same temperature and consistency throughout. But everything else will shut off when we're done and then turn on maybe an hour or so before we get started to warm it up. It's pretty quick. Oh, and if we look up on the screen, we have a good view of the left bench. It looks like we are breaking this piece off of the pipe, actually. This is one of those little rope coils that we made earlier. When we break pieces off of the pipe, we have to cool them down really, really slowly to prevent breakage from thermal shock. So this is going inside of the annealer over on the right wall. And this is technically the first piece that we're putting away today. So let's give them a round of applause for putting our first piece away. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, that glass is sitting just at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit warmer. Yeah, and those are Kevlar gloves, so apparently the same material as like firefighting suits. Yeah, they're pretty thick. And they're technically gloves within those gloves. All right, so I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Once again, we put a piece away just now. We finished on the hot shop floor. We're just preparing for our artist lecture, which is going to be happening in just a couple of minutes here. Apparently it was Sam's 50th birthday. Yeah. Yeah, our visiting artist, yeah. Yeah, I know, they decorated the whole hot shop. I walked in and I was like, it's not the museum's 50th anniversary. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, our visiting artist turned 50 while he was here. Okay, so let me share a couple of tidbits of information. So again, we'll have our visiting artist lecture just at about 1 p.m. I think the artists are just taking a quick breather. We'll have someone come down here, introduce our visiting artist, and then we will hear from Sam himself. And here they come now.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jabari Owens Bailey, and I am a education program manager here at Museum of Glass. And I am here today to introduce our visiting artists. Museum of Glass has a very robust visiting artist program, and we each week, most weeks, have a visiting artists come in to create work that they have designed, and our hot shop team, who are world-renowned, help them to facilitate and create their objects. Sam Drumgoole was selected as part of Museum of Glass's ongoing summer partnership with Pilchuck Glass School by our world-famous hot shop team, and he has tenure as a Pilchuck guest gaffer. And Sam Drumgoole was born in 1976 in New York. He first encountered glass during elementary school trips to Corning Museum, where the furnace's blazing heat captivated him. After training at Pilchuck Glass School, he attended Alfred University, where he developed his artistic voice. Without any further ado, Sam Drumgoole.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right, I already talked pretty loud, so I might have to pull this thing away from my face a little bit. Yeah, a lot of echo, right? Well, thank you for having me, the Museum of Glass. This team of glassmakers in this facility here is probably one of the most amazing facilities in the country. For me, it's #1 in the country, and it hosts the #1 team in the country. So can we give the museum and the team a round of applause, please? So I first started my journey in glass visiting the Corning Museum of Glass in upstate New York, summer trips, or not summer trips, but school, kind of like trips that school would take us out to the museum. And back then, they'd allow you to walk under the furnace. Now I don't think they have that going on now, but when I was a kid, you could actually walk under the furnace and see the melted glass in the furnace and watch the glass blowers blow on the floor. So that's kind of my first connection to glass. I actually ended up going to a summer camp called Horizons in Northampton, Massachusetts, where they had a small glass program. I initially went there for ceramics in the summertime as a young kid, and decided while there, I didn't want to get dirty throwing pots, and I wanted to blow glass in the hot shop. So I made a call to the parents, be like, hey, listen, it's nice to be here to throw some pots, but this is dirty. And I'd like to go hang out in the hot shop, so they switched me up. I ended up going into the hot shop and working in the hot shop and learning a little bit about glass. That summer, the stuff that I made, I brought home, and we ended up taking it to the School of the Arts, where I went to school in upstate New York in Rochester, and put all the glass pieces in the cases out front to sell to make a little cash. And Dale Chihuly was doing a installation at the museum there, right across the street from the school. The director at the museum brought him over to the school, and the rest is history. He saw the pieces and thought we had a glass shop there, and we didn't have a glass shop. We explained to him that we had this a great opportunity for me to go out the summers and go work at this camp and make some glass as a young guy, and I think it kind of blew his mind. And we had lunch with him at the museum that day, and he invited me to come to the Pilchuck Glass School after I graduated high school. So right out of high school, I left high school and went to Seattle, come to Seattle to work at Pilchuck Glass School, where I did maintenance. I was on the maintenance crew for a while, and I took my very first glass blowing class there with Josiah McElhaney. And that's kind of where I got my intro to glass. But Dale paid for the entire summer that summer for me to be at Pilchuck. So I took a class and I worked for the entire summer, and that's kind of where I got my wheels from, working with the teams and the different glass makers at Pilchuck. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it. Opening this major door for me. I appreciate it, brother. How do I work the slides? Okay. So I just left doing a residency at the Alfred Museum of Glass, where I went to college there. And the residency was really about the fire. I had a fire 4 years ago in California called the Caldor Fire, where we lost everything. We lost our house. We lost everything on the 30 acres. The only thing that was left was the glass studio, the equipment that made it out of the fire. All the cars and trucks and trailers, everything burned around it. And the only thing that was left was the hot shop, and some wood. So I took a lot of the wood from the burnt piece of property and took it to Alfred and made some open face castings where we poured ladled hot glass over these massive chunks of wood. Well, let me go back. Massive chunks of wood, and sculpted them into some freehand sculpted forms. You'll see some of those later. This is another piece I made while I was at Alfred. A lot of the slides you're going to see are newer slides. I do have some older slides, but a lot of our computers were burned in the fire. And cell phones and things like that were burned in the fire. So a lot of the stuff you're going to see is new. This was here, No Kings protests that they were having all over the United States months ago. And when I went to Alfred, I made a No Kings totem. It says protest on the bottom, and it says No Kings on the top. And it's casted glass that we actually cut foam pieces out of 2-inch thick foam, pressed it into sand, wet sand, moist sand, and then poured hot glass into those molds. We punty those up, quench them into water, and then dip those into a black furnace of black glass, a furnace of black glass. And then the students and I made these totems. This is a little bit of a detail of the No Kings totem. These are some really old pieces. These pieces are about 20 years old. And they were the only ones I kind of had that I could find, and I had a couple different shows that we're a part of and was able to get some of the slides from the galleries and from some of the piece owners to actually show here. But this it's called the Black Series, and it's really just a display of forms and different shapes. We use some Italian techniques by making cane and some ribbon cane and rolling them up and picking them up and just blowing them out into these kind of loose leaf forms. There's a kind of it's a bowl. It's a tall bowl. It's not functional, but it's a bowl. It's a vessel. It holds things. And it's got a cane technique on the outside of it, the flat cane, ribbon cane we used, some Duro cane on the outside. It's a harder, almost ceramic-like material that we use in the glass world that will allow us to have really, really tight lines of white or black. There's a detail of that piece. This is a detail of a fist piece. This was a pick, an Afro pick that I kind of took apart, deconstructed, and turned it into a vessel. And it's just like a power to the people fist up top. That's a larger, well, it's a pretty large piece, to be honest with you. It's not small. Some of the stuff I make is just stupid big. There's a detail of the fist. This is sculpted, hot. Here's some images of the fire. Is this a video? Can I play this one? How do you play it?
I think you have to click on the, go back to the screen there, and then you click on the, go down to the computer itself.
Go down to the...
Click on the play screen.
Oh. No. Come show me how to do this. Because this is a video. Oh, I see it. There we go. This is a video of me driving up to our house. Can you show me how to do this? Driving up to our house the day after the fire. So I work in the Bay Area in San Jose, and I work in the Bay Area in San Jose, and this particular day we had a mandatory evacuation where we had to mandatory evacuate. And at the time I was training Belgian Malinois for the sheriffs and local people who needed dogs, you know, for protection. And it was the only thing we were able to get off the property was the animals. We let all the chickens go, and we were able to get the dogs and a couple other things. But this is from our front porch that evening, or that morning, early morning, about 4 o'clock. This is what it looked like. And this is what it ended up looking like. If you can see that black line across it, that's a road that's down there. Our house is to the far right of this picture. But this is what it looks like at like 3,800 feet above sea level. 250 people lost their homes, and 275,000 acres were burned in this fire. A big part of Lake Tahoe was burned right before you end up in the actual hills of Tahoe. A large amount of the Sierras was burned during this fire. But the fire burned for 4 days before they actually came out to do anything. It burned for 4 days. I was hoping that you guys would get to see the videos. Let me try this one. There we go. This was about 4.5, 5 years ago now. Yeah. So this is me driving. My partner Lindsay's in the white truck in front. And we're just headed back up to the property this particular morning. And you can see they're still dropping retardant on us, on the vehicle as we're driving up. They're still covering the vehicle with retardant. This is the only house that made it on our hill. That's below our property. Father and a son. They were shooting a fully automatic weapon outside of the vehicle into a gorge, like 4 miles away, 2 miles away. And this area is really, really hilly. Super mountainous, very, very hilly. Our house, you can kind of see, there's kind of like a roof, a metal roof up in there. You kind of tuck around and see, but this is what our property looked like the day after, right after the fire. Like, we lost everything. And they kept us out for 3 months before we could actually get up there to do anything. We've since purchased a new home, new property. We still own this large property in NorCal. And yeah, this thing changed our entire lives in like a weekend. It uprooted us. You know, I feel like I'm a refugee in a way. This is the gate up to the property. It was really beautiful and lush with some of the largest trees I've ever seen that came, you know, that actually is still on the property. You have to have cut down. It couldn't be moved out. This is a picture of, let's see. I think this stuff is like relevant to what I'm doing right now. The fires burned underneath the ground for days after. The roots burned. A lot of the trees burned. You can see our shed. Yep, it burned to the ground. It's been since cleared. The county's been since cleared, come and cleared it for us. This is an image of our driveway. Cars burned or trailers burned. Just, you know, there's the equipment. It's the only stuff, and some of it looks brand new still. A lot of the electrical lines burned off, but the equipment itself was still pretty good condition. I mean, the stuff's made for high temp, so. This furnace had just come from out here on Woodby Island. I just got it from Rich Royal. So I'd only had it on the property for a couple weeks before the fire happened. In the process of building my own little small shop. I think a lot of the work I'm making right now has a lot to do with what's happening in the world, you know, and these fires are true, and they happen on a regular basis. We're in the process of clearing the property now that we purchased. It's a smaller acreage, but it takes just as much energy to clear out so we don't have a fire like this. And because our property butted up to the National Forest, there was only so much we can do in California. There's so many laws and rules for cutting trees and moving dirt and things like that. And the two creeks on this particular property, and there's so much we couldn't do because of the water. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I've been doing lately. This is a rooster head. This is another residency, not a residency, but I called it a residency. Working with Raven and Kelly, they've been here a number of times making their work. They're definitely a huge part of the glass community here in the Pacific Northwest, and I went to work out with those guys for 2 weeks, him and his wife and his family at their place on Lopez Island, and this is one of the pieces I made. Oh, that's it. I didn't think it was that short. I just want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff I'm making right now. So I think there's a lot going on in the world that nobody wants to talk about at this point in time in our lives. I think closed mouths don't get fed, and closed mouths don't have answers either. You know, and I think if we don't take the time to educate ourselves about, I think, what's happening in the world, I think we're a major part of that problem when we don't do these things. So a lot of the work I'm making right now has nothing to do with traditional glass making, Italian glass making. I'm a sculptor, and I want to use my voice at the age of 50. You know, I think at the age of 50, there's kind of no limits in a way. You know, we're not afraid to say things, we're not afraid to do things, and, you know, I think we're at a cusp of change in our culture as people, as humans, as humanity, you know, and I don't think there's not one person or one group or one race or one nationality that's better than the other in this world. We all are going to perish at some point. We can't take none of this with us, none of it. And I think the stories we tell our children now are the most important stories, the ones that we leave them with. Whether we educate them in terms of how you have your household, or we educate them about the world and what's actually happening in our world. War is terrible, and it's happening everywhere. Everywhere we're being, I think, marginalized in terms of war to think a certain way. You know, I come from a family of Marines and of naval officers too. I could have went and served the country in many ways, but I watched my father and uncles and cousins and brothers do it. So this is my way of kind of like telling the story of what's happening right now in the world. And I think telling the truth of our truths, I think, is important. So the work that I'm making right now, one of the pieces I made, I'm just going to talk directly about this piece. This is the first of 3. We did 3 of these pieces. This piece on it, what we did was we made a black plastic bag, and we all have trash. I bet you some of you have a garage full of it right now, okay? Whether it's in the bags or not, all of us are, they're gonna be a black bag or a white bag in your trash, right? And who knows what's in it, but we're throwing stuff away that we don't need and we don't want, that make us sick, that we can't eat, that we can't wear, that, you know what I mean? We just can't take this stuff with us. And I think there are a lot of terms and words in relation to the trash bag that we need to throw away and just get rid of and kind of take the power away from these things nowadays. I think when you take the power away from words, because words are exactly that, spelling is that, a spell is being kind of like, you know, when you spell words, words are powerful, and there's got to be a way to communicate these words without making people feel uncomfortable, I think also. So for me, I'm a little bit more on the edge, and I like being on the edge because conversating and having communicative conversation with people about the work is important. This work says Goy on it. This piece says Goy, and it says Talmud on one side, the Talmud. And I don't know if we have any religious people here at all, but the word Goy is it means non-Jew. And in the Talmud, there are different scriptures that I have a really hard time with reading and not having a weird feeling in my belly after reading them. And some of these words and images that we're being pushed through the media and through the news and through the internet, some of these things are just rotten in our brains and our souls in ways, you know? And I think making these trash bags puts us all on the same level. We all got trash. We all got shit we don't want to talk about, right? We all do, and at some point in time, we got to throw it out in order to move on and add things, to our lives that make them better. And I think we are all going through a point of no return when we can't talk about things, or we're afraid to say something because we don't know how it's going to hurt or bother someone because of what we're saying or how we're saying it. And I don't think we should ever be marginalized or put in a corner to stop talking, because that's how we get from point A to point B, is communicating. No matter what it is, we should be able to talk about some of this stuff and not feel as if we're doing something wrong, And I think we're at a time now where we've seen enough people die here in this country, in the Middle East, in Africa, Sudan, what's happening in Cuba, what's happening all over the world right now. It's pressure. I know you guys go home and have to feel some of this in your hearts, some of this in your souls, watching the TV and seeing it in some way. Yeah, I would hope so, because it tears me apart to see it happening on a regular basis, and we can't talk about it, or we're shunned for talking about it or having an emotion about what's happening. So a lot of the work that I'm making right now is about today and about what's going on in our world right now, and I'm being very direct about it. And art is supposed to engage. We're supposed to make art that we question what we're doing and why we're doing it. I think those things are heavy. We're supposed to be able to do this. Artists and glass, it's really hard to make, I think, true expressional art out of glass, things that kind of aren't really beautiful, and I'm not trying to make things that are beautiful. I'm trying to make a statement in terms of this stuff is trash. Some of this stuff we don't need in our lives. We don't need some of this stuff to go forward. But I realize that so much it is the reason why we're able to go forward, And the work that I'm making right now is solely about what's happening today in our lives, and the lack thereof being able to talk about some of this stuff without fear of being reprimanded in some way. Nobody's better than anybody else, and I feel like there's so much of this happening right now that we have to come to some kind of even chord, filtered way of living, and this trash bag is that for me. Everybody in this room has trash at their house right now, in their bathroom, outside, in their trash, and even in their closets hanging that they don't want to put in a bag and take to the, to the trash, or have it donated. This bag to me is symbolic to everybody in this room holding on to these things and not letting go. That's being able to let go. If you can throw the trash out, some of this stuff we don't have to deal with anymore. You know, let's start throwing some of the trash out and start talking about some of these really hard issues. I think they're hard, but when you can talk about hard things, it makes talking about the next hard thing a little easier. You know, so I want to thank you guys for coming and listening to me blab and talk about how I'm feeling about what's happening in the world right now. And the work itself, I think, is really powerful for me, and being able to do it here and use this platform to do it is even more powerful. Thank you guys. If you guys have any questions, we got a couple minutes before we go to lunch. I smell steak subs. Yes, I'm leaving here tomorrow to go to Pilchuck as a gaffer. I'll be there for 2 weeks gaffing as a gaffer, and then I'll be the hot shop coordinator up there. Yep, it's still going full blast. Second session starts tomorrow.
What was the piece you were working on just now? What's that?
It's a noose. It's a hangman's noose. Yeah, a hangman's noose. The Knesset just adopted the hangman's noose as a, you know, I think it's disgusting, but it's, for my culture and my people, my father, I just turned 50, so I come from old folk, you know? And I'm the youngest of my siblings. So my father had to deal with a lot of this racism and a lot of this stuff when he was young. His dad did too, you know? And I think for a government to adopt this image of hate as a celebratory image to foster killing and denying people of their rights, I think is disgusting. So I'm trying to turn this image into, try to take the power away from it in a way. And kind of debunk a lot of what I feel about it, you know? It's a really terrible image. And I can only imagine living in the 40s and the 30s, where some of your grandparents and parents lived in the South or wherever and had to deal with some of this crap, you know? To see a man or a woman hanging from a tree, it's gotta be just, it's disgusting. But for a culture to adopt this logo as that, for me, is even worse in this day and age. You could have done anything else but do that. Anything else could have been used but that. You know, and it's an image of hate, it's an image of power, and it's an image of fear. That's why it's there, to terrorize you. When you see that logo, it's a terrorizing logo. And to see some of our congressmen wearing this pin in our Congress is even more hurtful to me. Because I do come from a family of patriots, of black patriots too, who, when he came back from Vietnam, he got nothing. He was treated like straight crap when he come back, and he did 2 tours. And he got nothing for it, you know? And so I'm gonna do my part until I'm gone, till I turn into dust like everybody else in this room, to say something about what's happening in the world. Because there's not a lot of artists, especially in the glass world, who are doing this. We make really beautiful things, and that's part of what we do, is make really, really beautiful things. That's what glass is. It's beautiful in itself, it's seductive, and I want to kind of take some of that and turning it really into art that you want to talk about, want to ask questions about, and want to engage the environment that they're in, and have these conversations and not be afraid to talk about some of this stuff. You know, I think the more we don't talk about it, the less power we have. As people, the less power we have as people, and we're losing our power. We're losing it all every day. It's every single day a little piece of it is being ripped away from us. It's because we can't sit in a room like this and have a conversation and then walk out of this room later and still have that same conversation, not hate each other because of our views, you know? Like, I think that's heavy nowadays. And watching my old man come through it the way he did, like, it was tough. It still is, you know? It still is. But that logo there is powerful. The noose itself, it's a powerful image, and that's what we were working on today. We're gonna make a big black noose, and we're gonna stamp some words in it that I think are directive to what's happening in the world today. And it's something that I might never make another one again after doing this, you know, because it is so powerful. Anything else? Well, colonizer is going to be one. The word colonizer is going to be one. It's a really heavy word, you know, and I think it carries a lot of weight, a lot of powerful weight, that word in itself. And I don't think anybody's promised anything but to live, to breathe, and then to die. Those are things you're promised. All of us are, we're not going to escape it. I don't care what your religion is. There's no escaping it for none of us. So the colonizer is one of them, because we're being colonized right now in many, many ways. Our minds are being colonized. The media, we're being colonized by the media in many ways. And this is my artistic brain speaking, my conceptual mind. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody's ideas and what they feel, but we're being colonized every day. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much for coming.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So I'm just gonna talk about who we have here and what we have going on real quick. I'm sure our artists will be up here in just a second, but we're just getting back from our lunch break, and we have a visiting artist today. So whenever we have a visiting artist, they can make anything that they want pretty much with the help of our our hot shop team that works here full time, our resident hot shop team. So the majority of the people you'll see on the floor are part of our full-time team. And then we have visiting artist Sam Drumgoole, which you've seen his slideshow playing up on the screen, just some images of things that he's made in the past. We also do have one piece out on display that they made during the residency. The pieces have been pretty big or pretty thick, so they've taken a while to cool down. I'm assuming this is from earlier in the week. And again, this is Sam's last day of his residency. So we're gonna finish up everything we can that we'll see on the hot shop floor. We had our artist lecture, or artist talk at 1 p.m., where Sam talked about his inspirations behind his work. And yeah, if you have questions throughout the process, feel free to let me know. I think I'll also just kind of talk about some of the equipment in the hot shop, and then you guys can feel free to ask away. So first off, one of the most important pieces of equipment is the furnace itself. This is the tank with the closed door, and this is holding a large ceramic crucible filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is where we start all of our projects. It's the heart of the hot shop. We need our glass. And then we have these places to heat up the glass again at each bench, these large open face furnaces. Oh, this is our visiting artist, by the way. Anyways, these large open face furnaces are used to reheat the glass, running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have 2 of them on today, just so we can work at 2 places at the same time. And then just like that, my timing was perfect. So yeah, we'll see what we get started on. Earlier today, we were working on these segments of rope, but in the second half of the day, I think we might see a candelabra being made, like a blown glass candelabra. All right, so first thing we're gonna see, we're actually gonna be taking those segments of rope that we made earlier today, which we set aside right here in the garage. If you see us working with this box, any piece of glass we put in here, we're just keeping warm at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like a happy medium temperature for glass. So we'll pull those pieces out and put them together. And can we have a camera view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So this is all just solid clear glass that we're working with right now. We're shaping the glass using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with some water. And I know it might be a surprising tool, but we use these really frequently. It's as close as we can get to shaping the glass with our hands. And again, this is where we're getting our glass in the first place, sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So like picking up honey on the end of our pipe, we just stick the pipe into the glass and give it a twist. And we have pipe coolers on either side of the hot shop, just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. Now the way that we're going to be coloring our glass today is through a powdered colored glass. So we're disappearing around the corner. We're going to our powder booth. And we have a view of this up on the screen because you won't be able to see them on the floor. But we're just sifting a black powdered glass over the surface of this clear glass. Once we have a nice layer of that on there, we'll heat it up to melt it in completely, and then we'll go back and we'll get more, and we'll do this over and over again until that layer of color is so rich that all we see in the final product is just that black. And there are many ways of coloring the glass. A common way that we've seen during this residency is using something called color bar, which are these solid bars of colored glass, like you see here, which we basically take these, we melt them down, and then we layer them within the walls of the piece. Very similar to this, where we're still creating a layer by sifting that powder over the surface instead. And for those who are just joining in, we have our visiting artist, Sam Drumgoole, in the hot shop. He's the one just behind the silver box right here called the garage. So interestingly enough, all we wear for eye protection is just either prescription glasses or just some standard like plastic safety glasses. The light is not super harmful. It might cause a temporary like dark spot in your vision, but it's not like looking at the sun where you have those harmful, I think it's specifically like a UV ray that's coming into your eye. It's just natural gas. It's probably like looking at a fire in a fire pit or something. Yeah, there are harmful lights that you should avoid when it comes to glass. Has anyone heard of flame working or lamp working? Yeah, someone has. So we have these table-mounted torches, and you work with these small rods of colored glass instead of, pipes and molten glass. And when you heat up those rods of glass, the torch is up to like 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. When you heat up that glass, it creates this bright orange flare. It's like a sulfur flare or something, and it burns your retinas. So that's something you have to be careful with, which we have. These are broken didymium glasses to wear. So yeah. So we're still working over at that left bench. This is still just solid glass all the way through. We're rolling it on the marver, this metal table, to shape it up. Also, just to mention, oftentimes we will see most of the work done at the center bench. We'll usually start the projects on the side benches where we build up all of the layers of glass we need and get all the color that we need, and then we bring it to the center bench to finish it off. So you can expect to see them working here pretty soon. So this glass is going to turn into like a segment of rope. We have more segments that we created earlier, and we're going to eventually bring them together. Oh yeah, and I know you guys joined a little bit later, so I'll point out this box again. If you see us working with this is where we're keeping the earlier segments. It's sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, keeping them warm. And can we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So we gathered up a layer of clear and we stripped most of it off onto the table. I'm sure you guys all saw that. That's just to basically give us a protective layer of clear over top of the color so that the color is not directly on the surface of the piece, which can eventually be chipped away throughout the process of, you know, attaching a different pipe to the piece, for example, or if we're using the torch, it'll actually bring the metals in the colored glass to the surface of the piece and create kind of a metallic finish. And that's not what we're quite going for. We just want a black finish like this bag here. So I guess we're not using it quite yet, but we'll use this torch to heat up just sections of the piece at a time, which could be helpful for something like this. Say the glass was kind of cold near the pipe, then we could just apply a little extra heat. So yeah, usually we'll just leave it on so that we don't have to open and close the gas lines, and then we could just reach back and grab it whenever we need it. Also, this is the process, or similar to the process of making things like cane, which are these sticks of colored glass that we use to get striping in our pieces, for example. And we also use that fluffy torch to ignite this smaller handheld torch. So this handheld torch is actually pretty similar to something I was talking about earlier, those flame working torches that we mount to the tables. This gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that small torch. So it heats up a very small section of glass very quickly. It's really helpful for sculpting and small detail work. Like right here, we're just trying to heat up one section so we can cinch down and make a breaking point. And this torch is running off of propane and oxygen, unlike the other equipment, which is just natural gas. So I actually got a similar question earlier, kind of about favorite pieces for anyone who's curious. And there's a visiting artist who's pretty renowned that comes through every once in a while, and a piece that he makes frequently in this hot shop that I've noticed is a sea turtle by Raven Sky River. So definitely look up that name, look up that piece. It's really cool. We've had them on display before here as well. I think I'm personally impressed by glass that combines multiple ways of working with glass. Like this is glass blowing. It can be sculptural and it's still considered glass blowing. It's just anything that's done in the hot shop. But there is flame working, which is that table-mounted torch. There's cold working, which is grinding, cutting, polishing, sandblasting. All of that is done with the glass cold. And that can produce a matte finish. You can get these really interesting textures and designs from that. So there's a lot more to glass outside of just the hot shop. Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah, so we have these tiny little die, I think they're called, which are these individual metal bits of lettering on the end. And I think that they're usually used, they said, for leather working. Like they push it against the leather and they hammer it in to imprint the letter. So they're just heating up the glass and pushing it in and putting lettering on the piece. Yeah, good question. I didn't even notice. It's so small. Also, we've started a clear bubble of glass. So this is actual blowing for glass blowing over here. That's just clear glass so far, again, but I think that we will be eventually coloring this black, just like the piece we're working with now. So we've set that piece aside in the garage as well to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And for those who joined in a little bit later, the garage is this silver box right here. And we've been creating these different segments of rope throughout the day today that we'll eventually bring together. We're still working on, I think, just one more segment, which we have over on the left bench right now. This is a bubble of glass that we just started, and we're just now putting colored glass over top, covering up the bubble completely. Which, could we have a view of the powder booth, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we can see the powder booth where they're sifting a black powdered glass over the piece. And again, these colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass. So it's not like a dye or anything that we use. It's raw materials. And could we briefly have our visiting artist slideshow again, please? So for those who joined in a little bit later, you might not have had a chance to see this slideshow yet, which is up on the screen now. Just showing off some of Sam's previously made work. Again, our visiting artist, Sam Drumgoole. So this is actually just folded up newspaper, and he has splashed it with some water, and that's all it is. We use this tool really often. You can't feel any heat through it, and it's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass because the paper will conform to the shape of our hands. And I get a lot of questions about the newspapers whenever I bring them up. No, the ink does not imprint on the glass in any sort of way. The glass is so hot it incinerates so many different things that touch it like, almost instantly. And also, Yes, newspapers are still found. They still exist. Yeah, it was actually our visiting artist birthday during this residency, his 50th. The museum opened in 2002. Yeah, so it's halfway there. All right, so that bubble we started a while ago, looks like we have enough color on there now that we're ready to clear coat it. Get that thin coating layer of clear. So we strip the clear glass off onto the table. And if I didn't mention this already, we do end up reusing all of this clear glass that is taken off. It's thrown into a specific bucket, which we eventually crush everything up in there and throw it back into the furnace to melt it down. So the center bench, we're using that pad of newspaper again to make sure everything's round and smooth. We're using this wooden paddle to shield our visiting artist's arm from the radiant heat coming off of the glass. This is something you'll see throughout the rest of the process. And then we're actually starting to inflate this piece of glass. Gabe had his mouth on the end of the pipe. We're expanding the glass like a balloon, and the pipe is hollow like a straw. That air just passes all the way through. So just as a reminder, this is hollow all the way through, so we're essentially turning this into a tube by stretching this out. And now at this part, we start using the jacks, which are these two metal blades, to squeeze down into the glass. It looks like we're just shortening the length of this tube a little bit. And for anyone who's recently joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. We have a visiting artist, Sam Drumgoole, and he's specifically the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. Everyone else surrounding him works for the museum, and they help visiting artists that come through. They help bring their visions to life. And this right here, I know it looks orange right now, but this is going to turn black when it cools down. It's going to become a segment of rope, which we've created many segments throughout the day today. We're going to connect them later all together. This is an example of a piece that we've already finished during this residency, this trash bag right here on the front table. You guys are welcome to take a closer look at this if you would like. Something else that might be kind of nice to point out is we live stream every single day that we're down on the Hot Shop floor. So I've mentioned we had our artist talk or artist lecture at 1 p.m., which a lot of you guys missed. Sam talked about his inspirations behind the work that we're seeing and his inspirations just as an artist in general. That happened at 1 p.m. So if you go onto our YouTube channel, you can go back in the live stream. You could even pull up live streams from like years ago. So we opened the end of this up, which you could actually see this a little bit better on the screen than if you were just looking on the floor, by heating the end of this up and then blowing into the end of the pipe. That air burst through the wall of the glass, and we now have a full-on tube on the end of this pipe. Yeah, I guess a little recap on some of the things we're working with in here and on who's in here in general. We have visiting artist Sam Drumgoole. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. For anyone who hasn't seen his work, let's put his slideshow up on the screen, please. So this is just a short slideshow showing off some of the work that he's made in the past. And everyone else on the floor is part of our resident hot shop team. And they work here full time. And everyone on the floor is very experienced. They all have between 20 and 30 years of experience each, usually. That's all the people on the floor. And that's why they make everything look really easy. They're all just wearing shorts and t-shirts. They're chill. Maybe talking about fishing or what they're going to do over the weekend. Sometimes they won't even look at the glass when they're heating it up. They make everything look easy. It's all those years of experience. So it's different for every artist as to how people get started. So some people will maybe work in a hot shop and start from the bottom, kind of work their way up. They're like filling up the furnace in the middle of the night, and then maybe they're cleaning the floors, and then maybe they're starting bubbles and passing the bubbles off to someone, and so on. Some people maybe would get taken under someone's wing and they work as an assistant, or they're in some sort of apprenticeship, internship, like we have Stina on the floor. We also have people who go to school for glass blowing, which I would say is maybe a little bit more rare. You go to college, you take a random elective class, and you fall in love with glass blowing through that elective class. Yeah, there's a ton of different ways. And here in Tacoma specifically, you can get started working with glass as young as 12 years old. So I got started in high school at 15 because there's a high school and a middle school here that just have hot shops in the back of them. Yeah. It's through Hilltop Artists, if anyone's curious about that program. It's completely free for all the kids who participate. So here's a segment of the piece that we worked on earlier. So we've brought that back out of the garage, silver box where it was staying warm. And now we can start to connect some of these pieces together. And this is where things get interesting because everything's going to get long. That connection point's really warm, so it's going to be moving around. And to connect the two together, we just have to make sure those two connection points are molten hot so the glass essentially fuses together. Now that we have these two pieces connected, we have to disconnect one of the pipes, which is done by applying some water and just giving the pipe a tap. That pops right off. So we have all this clear glass on the end from where the previous pipe was connected. We'll heat this up and slowly cut and pick it off until we're just left with the black glass. And our piece is, of course, always going to have to be attached to a pipe somewhere for us to work with it in the hot shop. So when we finish we break the piece off of the pipe and put it away, there's usually still going to be a little bit of glass left over where it was connected to the pipe. That's the reason why this is sitting on some foam blocks, so it sits upright and it doesn't rock around, has some excess glass on the bottom. So that we have to grind and cut and polish away through a cold working process. A lot like woodworking equipment, just diamond grit and lots of water. So now that we've gotten this warm enough, we're able to use the shears, kind of like glass scissors, and cut this excess glass off. So we're just continuing to attach on our different segments. It's a quick thinking save right there. See that every once in a while. Yeah, if glass is kept at a healthy, about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit temperature, then we can drop something briefly and pick it back up like you just saw there. Yeah, some of our pieces are fragile enough or shaped in such a way that we want to support them better or support them in one area more than another. So we're laying out, I don't know what it is exactly, but it's almost like very fine fiberglass pillows that we're laying out, and we'll set the piece down on top of it. Oh yeah, and speaking of, so this is where we put our pieces away when we completely finish them. This large black box is called the annealer. It sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit just about all day, and we'll fill it up with pieces whenever we finish any of our pieces. And then we just press a button and it slowly comes down for about 12 hours or so. It's a very controlled, programmed cooling cycle, and that prevents thermal shock. So we're getting ready to bring our last segment of our piece over. So here's our last segment. I'm sure you could tell at this point that, again, this is rope. This last segment that we're putting on is going to make it look more obviously like a noose. So this is a fully black glass noose that we're putting together here. And again, I recommend you watch our visiting artist lecture that I had at 1 p.m. so you can better understand the background of this piece. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the piece will be put inside of the annealer, which is the large black box over there. And that's where it'll cool down for maybe 12 hours or a day or so. It usually depends on the thickness of the glass and how many fragile connections it has as to how long it takes to cool down. The different colors come from metals, minerals, and oxides that we mix into the glass. An example I always give is the Statue of Liberty is made of copper. And when copper oxidizes, it turns that blue-green color, right? So if you mix copper oxide in the glass, you get a blue-green glass. Yeah. So just raw materials. At this point, we are kind of weakening this connection. We always have somebody at the ready to grab this piece if it decides to pop off early. Ooh, and at this point, we're breaking our piece off, so we're applying some water to that breaking point, thermally shocking and cracking that connection, hopefully all the way through. And then all we should have to do is tap the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. That was a long time coming because we've been working on that piece all day today. That's the final product we were aiming for. So that was 5 hours of work towards that piece throughout the day today. And let's have our slideshow up on the screen again, please. So I know some of you joined in a little bit later, so I just want to point out this is our visiting artist's work up on the screen. And we still have an hour, 20 minutes left, so we'll probably see them work on some small things before we are done for the day. But yes, again, we have Sam Drumgoole in the hot shop today. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench for the most part. And everyone else, they work for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through. Finishing a big piece like that, the artists will usually take just a short break to get some water and recuperate their muscles before moving on to the next thing. Yeah, so we always have something going on the hot shop floor anytime the museum is open. So we are open Wednesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So always working during those hours. And then we also have special events that happen every once in a while too. So sometimes, for example, people will rent the hot shop, or somebody will have like a wedding here and they request that somebody's working in the hot shop. Or we'll have, for example, we have coming up third Thursday. Every third Thursday, we're open late till 8 p.m. And there's actually free admission from 5 to 8 p.m. So we'll have a concert in the Cone this Thursday coming up. There's live music up there, glass blowing on the floor. So yeah, we're kind of all over the place, but there's always something happening in here. So it depends on the visiting artist that comes through, what happens to the work afterwards. These pieces, I would assume, are eventually going to be exhibited or shown somewhere, and they're owned by the visiting artist that comes through. Also, whenever we have visiting artists come through, usually when they have a full residency like this, they donate one piece to the museum as well. So one piece will stay here. Yeah. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we're getting started on our last project here. This is going to end up being a candelabra, which, if you don't know what that is, it's basically a candlestick holder. It'll have multiple arms to it, multiple holders, and yeah, that's what we're getting started on now. So this is going to be an actual blown glass project. This is going to be hollow. So we have already started a clear glass bubble right here, which we're gathering even more glass onto to work with. And we also have a bubble over on the left bench, which we keep kind of disappearing around the corner with. That's because we're using the powder booth. Can we get a view of the powder booth? I don't know if they're still there. Oh boy. So this is the powder booth. We're sifting a black powdered glass onto the surface of this bubble. This is just one of many ways that we get our color within the piece. This is just crushed up, really fine black glass, basically. And the colors themselves come from different metals, minerals, and oxides. So we're coloring both a smaller and a larger bubble of glass with that black powder. So I'm assuming these will turn into different sections of the candelabra that'll come together. So when we roll the glass on the marver, which is this metal table here, we are usually actually trying to cool certain parts of the bubble down. The table has this thick slab of stainless steel, sucks heat out of the glass, and when we cool the glass down, it prevents it from blowing out too much in that direction. So we're controlling the thickness of the bubble. And it looks like we're gathering up some more clear over top of the black layer of color that we got. We always try to clear coat everything, make sure that the color isn't directly on the surface of the finished product. And all this excess clear glass that we strip off is thrown into a designated bucket, which we eventually crush up all the glass in there to throw it into the furnace and reuse it completely. We'll do the same thing with this black glass at the center bench. We have to let it cool down and then we'll gather and strip that clear glass off. Same exact process. So first thing we do is we block the bubble, which is this, basically we use this wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block, and we call the action blocking as well. But we're just smoothing and rounding this glass out, making sure the bubble blows out evenly that's inside of this glass already. We'll usually do this 2 times. So we'll go for another heat, we'll come back, we'll block it one more time, and then we can start to actually blow this out and shape it and turn it into its final form. So we've used a couple of new tools already. First, we lengthen the bubble using both the shears and the diamond shears. Shears are just the regular straight cutting ones like scissors, and then the diamond shears have two blades that come together that look like a diamond when they come together. Those are the ones we just used. And you'll notice throughout the rest of this process, we're going to be using these wooden paddles to shield Sam's arm and hand from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. We do use these wooden paddles to flatten the bottoms of pieces as well, which is why they're so charred up. But yeah, more frequently we use those wooden paddles for shielding. And now we start to blow this up. So once we've built up a little bit more heat, we've stretched the bubble down towards the floor, and we're just shaping the bubble using gravity, basically, just getting a longer, narrower shape. And we could get this more perfectly cylindrical by rolling it on the marver now that we have lengthened it. Yeah, so this hot shop was built based off of the area's history, actually. So this area used to be used for a lot of logging. They would burn leftover wood scraps inside of these cone-like burners, just like this cone that we're inside of right now. But when they cleaned up the area and they built the Bridge of Glass and the Museum of Glass, they demolished those cones. They weren't used anymore. And so this is just kind of paying tribute to the area's history. And it's definitely dazzling, right? It's tall and it's shiny, so it stands out quite a bit. But it's not necessarily like the best shape for a hot shop. Yeah. So it is built to be flashy and kind of tell a story more than anything else. Oh, and now we're using a different setup. So instead of rolling the glass across the metal table, we're instead rolling it across some wet newspaper over top of a wooden board. I think that part of the reason we do this is to avoid any warping in the glass. It's just going to keep it very, very smooth. Bye. Have a nice day. So this is an important moment right here. We've just brought over a second blowpipe and we've attached it to the end of our blown piece, which we drilled a hole into the end of. I'm not sure if you guys noticed that. And because of that hole we drilled and the fact that this is a blowpipe that we're attaching to the end over that opening, we'll be able to continue to blow air into this piece even after we break it off of its original blowpipe, which we're just about to do. And this is done with a little bit of water. And then just a tap of the pipe. And just like that, we have flipped the orientation of the piece. Now we can work on the opposite end. And we are working with more glass over on the left bench. I'm assuming these pieces will eventually come together to form our singular candelabra.
My name's Sam Drumgoole. Just turned 50 here on the floor at the museum. I'm originally from New York, and I'm living now in Northern California. I'm going to spend this week making work about what's happening in the world today. You know, I want to talk about the war a little bit. I want to talk about racism. I want to talk about bigotry. And I want to talk about all the lies that are being told to us. I want to talk about the media. You know, I want to talk about the truth. I've spent time at Alfred. I just had a residency there. And while I was there, I had some letters cut out of the CNC machine that we've now turned into internal sculpting tools, letters. We have some little stamps, some big stamps, using words, phrases, scripture, dates and times, direct and indirect connections to things. Spending a week to, you know, kind of practice some of this stuff a little bit. I think it's nice to be here with the team. These guys are the best in the world, so being able to express it with them also is pretty awesome. Doing two separate pieces and joining them into one. So we make the bag, and then we make the top separate. I think glass, it's hard to avoid making pretty things out of glass. Everything's pretty and shiny and sexy and wonderful. They have three different type of bags that we're gonna work on. One bag is called Goyim, which means non-Jew. The other bag is about propaganda and the media and what we deem is true and what we don't see as anything, you know? And then the third bag is a no kings bag, a trash bag. This newfound vessel to carry some of this information is why I chose the garbage bag, because it's a vessel, you know? It's not a vessel like a, you know, like a womb or, you know, like a cup, you know, a vessel to carry water, but it's a vessel to throw away the things we don't want, and even wholesome things we do want, you know? Having a garbage bag full of stuff from a breakup or, you know, a divorce or family, you know, gatherings or whatever, holding on to things too, you know? Not keeping things that will make us sick, not keeping things that we're able to let go, you know? So, I mean, it's symbolic to taking out the trash. All of us, no matter who we are, we deal with this one element of life, and it's taking out the trash.